What's up, guys? Welcome back. We are testing a new opening today, the Caro-Kann. I don't ever play the Caro-Kann, but as part of my Grandmaster journey training, I'm just experimenting. I'm playing lots of different openings. I'm trying to expose myself to all kinds of different positions and ideas. And so the opening that I've picked is the Caro-Kann. Let me pull up an analysis board here. I don't really know much about it, except that I'm going to try to play this variation where we take and play knight f6. I think it's called the Tartar Cower or something like that. And I looked at some lines and very minimal. Like I don't know much theory at all. But this position just looks like pretty easy to play. So I'm like, let's try it. So we're going to be adding that. If we see e4, I'll be going for the Caro-Kann. We never really got a lot of Nimzo-Indian games against d4. So I'm going to keep that the same against this. We're going to try to play the Nimzo-Indian, hopefully. And then as white, I think I will stick with d4, d5, knight c3, bishop g5. This has been a lot of fun. We're learning it, I feel like. And so we're going to stick with that for the white repertoire. But that's the plan. One other quick announcement. I did replace my microphone. I was having some issues. Some people were complaining. I couldn't figure out what was going on. So please let me know if it sounds okay. And we're going to jump right into a game. So thank you guys for being here. Let's do this. We are playing 15-10. So we have a little bit more time to think. We have the increment. And here we go. What's up, Ryan? How's it going, man? Alrighty. And here we go. We got a 2,000 rated player. Let me do a quick check. I am going to be a bit more... whoa. Oh, okay. Some of these are daily games. I was like 95 accuracy. What? Yeah, this is relatively new account on the way up. They do play bullet though. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it looks okay. It looks okay. All right, d4. So we're gonna try. We're gonna try the Nimzo. Here we go. Okay. All right. There we go. We got this. And perfect. So here we go. Nimzo-Indian. And of course, they play a line that I have not studied at all. So obviously the point is they really would like to play e4. And it kind of stops us from jumping in, obviously. Now, of course, there are some drawbacks to that move. One move that just comes to mind is d5. Like, that seems like it can't be bad. I wonder about c5 as well, though. Or maybe just castling and leaving the options open where we could really play either way. If we castle and they play e4, then we play d5. What happens after they push the pawn? I think I've seen some lines where we can just go back, but that looks pretty passive. You know what? Since I'm not familiar with the theory, let's just play d5, a nice principled move, which can't be bad. Okay, and of course, this is not a fork because I can always play knight c6 and defend the bishop. So they're going to force the issue. And I guess I'll take it. I mean, I don't have to take it. But why did I go there if I'm just going to go back, right? So let's take it. And I think we should castle. Get the king out of the center. And they take immediately. Okay. I guess we take back. I mean... So they've got the bishop pair. We do have an open file. I don't know how easily we're going to be able to make use of that. Clearly, our opponent is quite familiar with these types of positions. So that's a little bit concerning. But I think if I just keep playing good moves, we'll get out of the opening and go from there. Let's play rook e8. That can't be a bad move. Also, the fact that they're playing so fast tells me I'm probably playing the main moves, which is a good sign, right? You're playing the right thing. So, okay. What do we do with this bishop? This is my big question. Do I go fianchetto it? Do I try to trade it? We don't really have too many other options. I don't think e6 makes any sense. Blocking my rook doesn't do anything. So, I mean, b6, bring it over here, right? Or just fianchetto it so it puts pressure in the middle. What else can I do? Let's go b6. I don't want to overthink, spend all my time in this moment in the game. I think we should just develop the pieces. Our position looks nice and solid. So, what's up, Rob? How's it going, man? 92. Okay, now the big decision. Thing about going here that's kind of annoying is takes, queen comes out. What do I do with my knight? Go back? That's weird, right? So maybe I just go to b7. Maybe I just go to b7. The point is, if they ever try to play e4, we can just take it. And we have to decide where this knight should go. I'm fairly certain a knight on d6 would be good, but how do I get it there? Is there a way? There's a way, but do I want to spend 4 moves to do that? Or do I want to just play like c5 and put the knight on c6? Or just put it here and reroute it over this way? Knight on f8 could be a nice defender. Maybe we just do that. I don't know. This is the problem when you play openings, you don't know. You don't really know what the plans are supposed to be. So let's just go with this. Maybe we'll just put it on f8 and kind of take it slow. We'll just take it slow. Chess coach described c6 as a mouse slip Sicilian attempt. That's funny. I've not heard that before. No, I'm going to try not to mouse slip this stream like we did last time. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Ryan. Knight on f8, there's no mate. There you go. Good news is our opponent is finally thinking, so we must have done something that's not in the main line. Either that or they just learned the first 10 moves and that's it. I don't know. But yeah, knight f8 and just kind of wait around and see what white's going to do. I don't know. I mean, sometimes c5 is a good move, but here I don't really know. I don't really want to take that. So why am I even going to c5? Because I want to go to c4, but does that even do anything? Not really. That's why I'm not sure about this move. I think maybe I just put the knight here, put the queen somewhere, and then maybe move the rook. We'll check it after the game, of course, and look at some of the games and see what people do. And we will learn. Okay, so he's maybe looking at this move. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not really a threat, though, so I think we're okay. Of course, we could stop it, but what's the problem? Let me ask you guys, what's the problem with stopping this knight from coming here? The problem is the dark squares, right? I don't have my dark square bishop. This guy does. And then you never know when that's going to come back to bite you. Yeah, I'm trying to come up with some idea. I mean, okay, there's this, push this and trade the bishop, but is that really a smart thing to do? I don't think so. But what is a smart thing to do? Queen d7? I mean, why? What am I even trying to accomplish with that move? Yeah, this is kind of tough, guys. This is kind of a tough situation to be in. Okay, I'm just going to go here because I want my rooks to be connected. I really don't have a solid idea. Maybe bishop c6 and plant the bishop here. Good news is the knight can't move this way, so we don't have to worry about the knight jumping in and hitting our queen. There's bishop f5, but I mean, I'll just move it somewhere. So that's probably not a big deal. a4, trying to go here. Maybe I'll just play a5. Oh, they do want to play e4. Interesting. Okay. So it's defended 1, 2, 3, 4 times. It's attacked 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So they can get away with that. If we take and play c5, these pawns are going to be pretty dangerous. If we let them push, I think I'm in trouble because my knight has nowhere good to go. So we definitely cannot let them push. I think we have to take for that reason. Okay, let's go ahead and take. Queen g4, trying to trade queens. White's attack becomes much less dangerous. I like that. Of course, they don't have to trade. If they go bishop e2, though, I'll just move my queens somewhere. I'm not sure where. So that's a move. They don't have to trade. They can also play something like queen c2. We still couldn't take the pawn. c5 now makes a little more sense, or maybe I bring the rook first. If they push here, we have knight d5. They also might be planning something like bishop g5. Yeah, I think I should do this to try to control some of these squares. Okay, let's do it. Could be way off here, but I feel like we have to be careful. This could be dangerous. If White's able to play e5 and get all the pieces into the attack, I know there's not supposed to be a checkmate with the knight on f8, but I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned. I'd like to go here and play like d5. I don't know. I mean, they're just going to push, right? Yeah, this will be very interesting to see what's the deal with f3. What am I supposed to do? Because I really don't know. Okay, well, we do get the queen trade, so that's a good. I think that's good for us because now I don't feel like I'm going to get checkmated. So I think that helps us, to be honest. So I'm thinking just position the rooks like this. Yeah, and then maybe we think about moves like c5, taking advantage of the pin. Of course, if they push, it opens up a nice hole for a knight to jump into. And if they push here. So let's make sure our knight doesn't get trapped. This is probably priority number 1. h3. Of course, we could go here, but we don't want to get our pawns messed up like that if we don't have to. So the move I'm thinking is here to create the pin, although I'm just noticing bishop f5, bishop c8, e6 takes. Of course, if they trade, I'm happy. What if they take here? We take, they take, check, knight f1. We're down the 2 bishops for the rook. That's not ideal. We do get a pawn. The thing is, I don't know that I have too many options, actually. f6, h3 takes... Can we sack it for some... Let's see. Do we get enough compensation? We get 2 pawns. That's interesting, actually. I think I'm going to go for this move. But I'm also concerned, like, what if they even just play, for example, bishop e2? If we defend h3, I'm going to have to do this. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just not what I wanted. I didn't want my pawns to get messed up like that. Yeah, I mean, I probably should go for it. It's at least we get okay, we get the active rook. Then we can play like c5. They won't have the bishop. We can put a lot of pressure in the center. We're going to have this annoying situation, but they won't have the dark square bishop. So maybe it's fine. Let's go ahead. So we're going to go here, and the plan is, yeah, to, oh, wait, isn't that a mistake? Because they didn't deal with the pin, right? Why did they do that? If they take my knight, I take the bishop. That's obviously good for me. If they sack it here, who cares? I just take it. They take back, but still it's a better position. Maybe I even take with the king, actually. They're going to have an isolated pawn. Yeah, I think that was a mistake, right? Okay, well, let's do it. I think I will take with the king because the knight is going to be better being able to go here after the pawn captures. Yeah, let's take with the king. They played that so fast. Like, they played it in 1 second. It was like they had their mind made up. They were playing h3 no matter what. It's very strange. I guess they just didn't realize that this was a thing. Yeah, so they do sack it, but their pawn structure is going to be all messed up now. Meanwhile, ours is looking pretty nice. Also, if they take with the pawn, which they do, can we just win the pawn? For example, knight here. We stop the bishop. We attack the pawn. If they push, we take the pawn. We can also attack it this way, and then we don't actually mess up our pawn. So let me just think about that. Then there's bishop f4, but then we have this. That's a fork. Yeah. So rook d5 might even be better. As far as I can tell, I don't really see what they're going to do. Takes, bishop f4. We just drop back here. Knight f5. We go here. Rook e1. Knight e6. Looks great. Looks great. Just doing a final kind of blunder check type of a thing. Okay. Yeah, as far as I can tell, they're just going to lose the e-pawn. So it just kind of shows you, like, I really feel like my openings are a huge weak spot in my game. Like, we're playing against a person 400, almost 400 points lower than us, and I felt like they knew the opening like so much better than I did, you know? Now, to be fair, I'm experimenting with new openings, but still, it just seems like it's a weak spot. Okay, take the free pawn. They can push to attack us, but who cares? Of course, trade, push. We'll just move somewhere. Maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. I think no reason to not take it, right? Okay. So we're up a pawn. Now, it's important to notice that the bishops are on opposite colors. Okay, we're controlling the light squares. they're controlling the dark squares. The reason that matters is because, for example, if we trade another pair of rooks and the knights, the game's going to be a draw. There's no way I'm going to be able to win, even though I have an extra pawn, if they have bishop on the other color, because I'm not going to be able to ever do anything to attack the bishop. My pawns can't get past it. So we want to make sure we avoid that. We do not want to trade both of these sets of pieces. We could trade just knights or maybe just rooks and be fine, but if we trade both, that's not going to work. And ideally, I would like to maybe trade, my bishop for this knight or my knight for this bishop, right? To get rid of that imbalance where then the extra pawn actually means more. But first, let's just start with, can we take another pawn? So how do they defend this? They could counterattack. No, they can't go there. They can't counterattack. They could attack my rook. I take, put me in check. I just move. Everything looks great. So then they could play rook here, but we just attack it and we're going to take another pawn. So let's say they try to be aggressive instead. They go here. I take the pawn. They come down. Lucky for us, we have bishop d5 and defends everything. Yeah, I think this is fine, right? And, oh, they go here to attack. Okay. Okay. Didn't actually think about that, but I guess we can just, well, we have two options. Let's see. F6. Knight comes in. Doesn't really do anything. That's probably fine. If we go here, knight f5 is attacking me. I'm going to have to waste time dealing with that. So I may as well just play f6 right away, right? Yeah, let's do that. So my plan is still to target this pawn. It's a weakness. Just want to obviously not allow white any counterplay. Okay, so of course they're defending the pawn and they are threatening a check, but the check, I mean, we just move. Doesn't seem super dangerous. Now I could actually just play this move. Put a stop to that, and it brings the knight into the game right away. I kind of like that. We still can do this later. It's not going anywhere, right? We'll just save that for the right moment. Rook g5 you guys are talking about? Yeah, I guess I didn't think about rook g5, but don't they just move their king? I mean, maybe it's a good plan, but I don't know. Doesn't look that clear to me. Good news is we do have the increment, so we shouldn't be getting flagged with the extra 10 seconds every move. And I don't see how they're going to hold on to this weak pawn. Once we get two pawns, then we might actually even be able to go into the bishop ending and still win. Okay, rook g4. I kind of like knight e5 because if they trade, we get that dynamic where now there's no longer going to be an opposite color bishop ending. My bishop's going to be very strong with the pawns on both sides of the board. And I think long term, that's a really great decision. So I like this move a lot. And it forces either the trade or a random check, but I just move. If they jump in, I just take this check. We just run. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Now, if they trade, I don't have to worry about the opposite color bishop stuff. Okay, let's just go back. Still attacking here. What's up, Chris? Good to see you, man. How do you avoid the frustration of your opponent playing fast and still keeping up or outplaying you? Yeah, you can't really control that. So you just have to really try to focus on what you can control, right? Like there's no way you can, message your opponent, hey, slow down, you're playing too fast, right? Like it's just out of your control. So it's just not really helpful to waste your time thinking about that, ideally. And in most cases, people will make mistakes eventually. Okay, I'm going to take this way to keep my pawns together. Now, of course, I could take this way to keep the rook attacking here, but then I'm going to be left with these isolated pawns. I do not want that. And this is not going anywhere. Like I can go back next couple moves and do this, right? So I would rather keep my pawns intact, I think, than to do that. Do I have blueberries today? I had some earlier. I don't have them right now. I had some earlier though. Okay, there's the rook g5 move you guys are talking about. But again, I think the king just moves. We do not want to let this happen, right? Options are, sorry, bishop here to control that square would be one move. Check, the rook could come back, so that's an option. Or we just move the king and then play rook e7. Yeah, which is what I think I'm going to do. Rook here, I just go rook e7. I'll be happy to trade rooks because I'm pretty sure the bishop's going to beat the knight in this endgame. I am up a pawn, and I'm probably going to be able to win this pawn too because it's stuck on a light square. So okay, I'm thinking we go c5. Gain a little bit of space. Of course, we have this to deal with rook d7. And then I'm probably going to think about doing this. Maybe g6 to... Okay, first, obviously, we do this. Maybe g6 to kind of shut down the knight. Knight's not going to have a lot of options. Let's see if they're going to trade or not. There is one line I have to be careful about. You guys see what happens after knight f5 check if they take? You guys see what I have to watch out for? Yeah, somebody sees it. A fork. Because the most obvious move would be to go back here to defend my pawn, but then I get forked and lose the game. But I could play king f8, and I would have been all right. So they decide to keep the rooks on the board, and I think I will play g6. I think it's nice to get rid of those squares from the knight. Knight doesn't have a lot of options, and they could try to reroute it somewhere, but actually, knight e2 is a mistake. Do you guys see why? Do you see why knight e2 is a mistake? Yeah, very good. Very good. Bishop takes g2. Nice little tactic. Okay. So I'm thinking we go here. If they defend, maybe we just swing the rook here. The nice thing about this is now the rook is not threatening to invade here, which is great for me. So if they really have to play that, I think I'm happy. I mean, I suppose we could think about doing something like this, or maybe even bringing the king up, but it just seems like this is probably the most logical, easy way to do it, right? Just go here and here. And I think once we get these pawns going, white's not going to have too many options. Okay, so yeah, they're trying to push this. Now I have an interesting decision. Push, take, or leave it, right? Leaving it, I can just immediately go attack. I like that. If they take me, I take back. If they push, I don't feel like it's too dangerous because my king is right there, but I guess I have to be a little careful. And then taking, I don't like taking because then they can generate counterplay here. So I think we just ignore it. I think we just ignore it. Let's go get this pawn. And the general rule is you don't want to trade too many pawns in these endgames because if you trade off all the pawns, for example, if all the pawns were automatically traded, I'd have one extra pawn left. They could just sack their knight for the extra pawn, and then it's like a rook and a bishop against a rook. I'm not going to be able to win that, probably. So you don't want to trade too many pawns, but this is just one trade, and then I'm going to have these nice, healthy 3 against 1 over here that's going to be hard for white to force any trades, so I think we're going to be just fine. Of course, we'll take back here if they take us. And it's really important that you pay attention to every little detail in these endgames because it's so easy to like blunder something even though you're totally winning, right? So you have to just really pay attention and make sure you don't fall for some tricks. So I mean, what is white going to do? I have no idea. The knight can't move anywhere except like here, but then we just take. The king, I mean, doesn't really have much to do. They don't have any pawns really left. So it's just a question of can we orchestrate a push of these guys without messing something up? Okay, so they decide to go there. I think we go ahead and take it. I think our life's easier if the rooks get traded. So I'm guessing they're not going to trade. But if they do, I will be happy. Yeah, so they do keep the pieces on the board, which I think is the correct decision. Probably just going to go here to avoid any more checks. And then we can come over this way. Okay, what do you guys think I should play? I think there's an obvious move here. Very obvious move here. What is it? Yeah, very good. Very good. Everybody is saying the same thing. Why is rook c2 such a good move? It's not because I'm going to win the knight, because he can defend. But why is it such a good move? Because after they defend, it allows me to trade off all the pieces, the rooks and the knight and the bishop, and the king and pawn ending is very easy to win, right? So we'll look at that after the analysis. We'll talk about it. Let's check the game review. That's actually a really important and instructive thing. When you're playing an endgame like that, you always want to be thinking about, okay, can I force trades into a winning king and pawn ending? Because usually the winning king and pawn endings are very easy if you know how to win. So that's important that you understand that too, right? Yeah, we had a good game. Looks like the opening was going great for them, and then they just blundered at that one moment, and we just took over the game. So first things first, let's check the theory. So when I say check the theory, I'm going to pull up the opening explorer over here, and I'm going to see what are all the cool kids playing. So d5 is definitely a move. It's the most popular move. c5 is also a move, and castling. And interesting, castling seems to have the best win rate for black. So can I show you guys what I'm looking at? Can you see this? Yeah, there you go. I have the Explore tab up here. So instead of analysis, where it kind of defaults to, if you click Explore up there at the top, it pulls up the openings. And notice I'm looking here and I see this castle move with the black win percentages at 41%. So what I'm going to do is see why is that the case. Why does black do better in this line? So let's see. Castles. We have two options here for white, e4 and a3. But I'm kind of more curious myself about the e4 one. What is the deal? Now we play d5. And I was worried about e5, I think. What's the move? We go back here. And most people are going to take. We take. They're going to attack our bishop. We trade. And play the move f6. Interesting. So what it looks like is happening is we're trying to bust open the center while white has not developed any pieces. And if they try to stop us with f4, we just take it anyway. That's a huge blunder because the queen comes over here and then jumps into the middle. You guys see that? Nice little fork. So they would have to take this way, and then we just sack the knight. Wow, that's beautiful. And then we do the same thing. That is beautiful. So I really like that. Now, there was also this a3 move right away, but I don't know if that changes too much. We would just take and then play d5. And then, okay, they could take, we take, and then they could play e3, which is probably what actually happened in the game, isn't it? Okay, so we'll look at that. But it's worth noting that castling right away is actually a little bit trickier maybe and gives them the option to strike, and then we can do that. So that's something I need to remember for next time. Okay. But I played d5 right away. They played the main line at a3. Everybody plays that apparently. Then they played, I played castles, which is, it's okay, but c5 is played more often. Okay, I don't want to get into the complications of c5 right now, but apparently that's the move. But let's just see after castles. They took, I took. e3, yeah, this is definitely the main line. And rook e8 is not a common move. Apparently what Stockfish likes is knight h5, going for this queen h4 thing. So they're supposed to play queen c2 so they can have a response there. Now we go rook e8. Oh, that's fascinating. Because if they try to play bishop d3, you guys see what we can do? Well, I thought it was going to be knight f4. Apparently, no. We go queen h4 check. Queen f2. And oh my. Now we go here. Look at this. Sacrificing the queen so we can jump in and win a pawn. Wow. And if they just move their bishop, what is our plan? Oh, we take it with check because it's pinned. That is unbelievable. So they probably have to go back to f1. Then we just save the queen. That's fascinating. That's very good to know. So rook e8, you do it after the knight's on h5. Huh. How about that? So in the game, I played rook e8 first. They played bishop d3. And if I would have played knight h5 now, they just play knight e2 and laugh at me because this doesn't do anything. Now they have g3. So you have to do it in the order that Stockfish is recommending. Knight h5 first. Because then queen h4 check is really good for us. That's fascinating. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Knight h5, nice idea to remember. So probably what I should have done was play rook e8 first. And then even if we transpose to the same line, go for knight h5. Because what I did didn't give white any problems. Yeah. Just played a little too passive, and I needed to play c5 to try to counter it at the center. And once they got e4, yeah, white just has a better position. That's all there is to it. Queen g4, Stockfish doesn't love it. And in fact, the move for white is bishop b5. I block, then they go all the way back. Then they play e5, and then the knight jumps in, and I don't know, white's doing better. Okay, anyway. Let's go back to the game. I want to show you guys the end game. So they blundered the, they blundered knight takes e5. And I mean, I think if they, let's just say they would have played bishop e2 and I played here. Yeah, it's not good for me. Oh. But Stockfish wouldn't have even taken. Stockfish would go bishop g5. Force my rook to leave and then take it. Anyway, okay, sorry. Back to the game. So we got the pawn. Great. So what I was going to say is the reason this is so good is because even though they can defend so they don't lose a piece, I take with the rook, which is forcing them to recapture. Even the bishop would have been fine. I take here. And because I know king and pawn endings and I know that this is an easy win, I would be very happy to play this position. So how do we win this? Well, run the king up and then just start pushing your pawns. So like just do this. And what's going to happen eventually is white is going to have a situation like this where they don't have any good moves. They can try to push, doesn't help them. They can try to push, doesn't help them, or they can go backwards. All of these options don't help them. So for example, if they go here, probably the simplest and easiest thing for me to do is just push. Yeah, they get this, but now I'm going to come over here and take this guy and get a queen. And if they ever try to go take me, I get a queen before they do, right? 1, 2, 3 moves, I have a queen. It's going to take them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves. So you can see it's not even close. So, and this works for pretty much any endgame. Whenever you have a protected passed pawn like this, their king just has to sit there. And meanwhile, you go and take the other pawn and you win. So I knew, right, in this position right here, that if I could play rook c2 and force all these pieces to get traded off, I'm going to win easily. There's no question in my mind if it's going to be an easy win or not. Now, it gets tricky if, like, imagine if this pawn wasn't here. Well, now it's not quite so simple. Now I have to think about this because now I'm not going to be able to come with my king because they have their pawn. Maybe I can take this pawn if I lure their king away and probably still win, but it's not as easy. But the fact that I had the pawn here, obviously super easy, right? Okay, cool. Let's go to the next game. Let's do this. All right, let's do a quick check on the account. Make sure there's no funny business. Blitz rating skyrocketed recently. Okay, should be fine. Let's go with d4. We're going to try to play the Verasov again. We've been sticking with that and having a lot of fun with it. Bishop g5 over here. There we go. Very nice. Let's see. Ooh, h6. Wow. That's an interesting move. Part of me is thinking to myself, okay, just take it and play e4. You have the lead in development. The only thing is they are going to have the bishop pair, and it's going to start opening up the board if I do that. So I'm honestly not sure if maybe I am supposed to just go back and make them kind of create some weaknesses if they want to be. Yeah, let's go back. We'll see. I think this is probably an acceptable move, but might be a little easier for black to play. Bishop pair, open board. The bishops are going to just come out. I think this might be a better option. So e4 we could kind of play that same gambit that we've seen before. It's turning it into a weird French defense. I'm going to play knight f3 first. I'm going to play knight f3 first. If they play knight bd7, e4 would be the gambit that we looked at, where they can play g5 and take our pawn. They also have bishop e7. I guess maybe even bishop b4 is an option. Let's see. I'm ready to play e4 and knight bd7 because I know we've looked specifically at those lines. The bishop goes somewhere else, I'll have to stop and think for a moment. So what are they going to do? This one, or this one, or this one, or this one, or this one? It's going to be one of those moves. Ah, c5. Well, I don't want to take. That just lets black develop nice and easily. I think it's going to be either e3 or e4 here. e4 looks obviously much more aggressive, which is probably what I'm going to play. It does allow g5. We go back, and then they can take the pawn. Let's think about that. Yeah, actually, normally the move would be knight d2, but then they have this move, right? So maybe I will play e3 here. Maybe I will. Just keep it nice and solid. I don't think we can do that with this setup. Because in the other line, where you sack the pawn is if they play knight bd7. Then you play e4, g5, takes, takes, takes. You can play knight d2 and you're threatening to get your pawn back. And they don't have an obvious move in that position. f5 is very weakening. They can do it, but it's, you know, dangerous. And then bishop g7, I forget. Well, I think we just take the pawn back. So compare that to this position. If I play e4, g5, we go back, they take, I take, they take. I don't have knight d2 anymore. I just take my pawn and defend. Maybe I had a different move, like, I don't know, knight e5 or... But even knight e5, what am I going to do if they just take my pawn? I don't really see the solution. So yeah, I think e3 is... I'll let's say I think e3 is the right move here. So probably my plan is going to be bring out the bishop somewhere, castle, and play e4 when I'm ready. Alternatively, we can castle queenside if we want a really exciting game, but let's see what black does first, and then we'll make a decision. Well, we've got him thinking, guys. We've got him thinking. Knight c6? Okay, so bishop b5 is one move. There is bishop d7, though, so I don't know how much I actually get from that. Can I play 95? Does that make any sense? Probably not. I just feel like bishop e2 maybe, just nice and simple. The thing about bishop d3 is what happens on knight b4, right? I don't really want to give up that bishop. I guess I could... I don't really want to give up the bishop. So I'm thinking just bishop e2. Pretty passive though, right? I don't love that. I could just go here, let him do that in castle, not worry about it. Take with the queen, bring the rooks, play e4. Like, it's a lot of moves for the knight if they want to get the bishop. All right, let's do that. We'll do that. I don't know. I'll check it after the game and see what Stockfish says. Maybe bishop e2 is better, but we'll let them do it if they really want to spend all that time. I did not sleep enough last night. I hope that doesn't negatively affect any of the games today. Bishop e7, okay. Yeah, I'm going to just castle, I think. I want to play rook e1 and e4. We'll just go ahead, rook e1. I don't think we have to think about that too much. Yeah, c4. So generally in these types of positions, c4 is not great for black because you lose all of your pressure on d4. All I have to do is move my bishop back, and then at some point I'm going to play e4. And what happens is if black ever takes and you get a trade, this is a weak pawn. And if you don't take it, then I push and I get a whole bunch of space. Yeah, just in general, it turns out that it's usually not good. Now, there are some interesting exceptions where the gain of space actually is very good for black, and they can make, follow up with some nice moves and take advantage of that. I don't think this is one of those cases, but there are some tricky exceptions. I will say that. But in general, it's not the right decision. Rob, stay too long at the rave. I don't even know what that means. But no, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Is Stockfish still computer chess champion? As far as I don't know. I haven't kept up with the recent. The Stockfish is like one of many very strong computers nowadays. I actually have no idea who's the best. The chat probably knows better than I do. Who is in the lead currently? I know Leela, I think, was for a while, but Alpha Zero was also really good. Like I don't know what the current champion is. Is it Stockfish? Okay. Okay, so yeah, maybe they are thinking of pushing and doing this queenside thing, or just pushing here and leaving the option open to take or push later. Of course, you could play something like a4 if we want to stop this. But then it kind of permanently opens up the b4 square. I think I want to play e4. This is definitely the move I want to play. There's just a question of, can I get away with it? So, for example, takes. Oh, you know what? Just had an idea. What if I take here? The idea is if the bishop takes now, I maybe do try to grab the pawn. Guess we couldn't really hold on to it, though. Maybe that's a silly idea. If I take here to lure the bishop away, then play e4, we have a bit more pressure here. Maybe that's the way. Okay, let's do that. So this way, they already moved their bishop once, so they have to move their bishop twice. So it's different than if I would have captured this earlier in the game. And now, while the pin is here, then e4 is a much better move, I believe. Because then if this happens, we have a lot of pressure on these pieces. Of course, they can go back and we might just get a big trade, but this really, as far as I know, is the break that we were trying to accomplish here. Okay, Ralph. Yeah, I've never been to one either. Okay. Bishop c5. Yeah, so e4, right? Is d4 a problem? No, I just move. Takes. G5, not a big deal. Bishop e7. Yeah, should be fine. Now, I don't think that we have like a huge advantage in this position. I think it's still relatively equal, but actually, there's one thing. This bishop has not been developed yet. So if we end up with a bishop maybe on e4, maybe it's something. Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's... No, actually, never mind. There's some crazy ideas like let him play g5 and sack a piece to try to attack the king, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think I'm quite that confident. They're probably going to take and play bishop e7. That's what I'm guessing is about to happen. Because if you don't take, what are you going to do? You're going to let me push? No, you can't really let that happen. G5 seems too committal to your king. I don't think they're going to do that. So I'm definitely thinking it's going to be takes and go back. If I took here first, queen takes, knight takes, it's a fork, but they have queen e7. Takes. Unfortunately, that's not really any better for me. So I'll probably take this back with the knight. I think we can pre-move that. You're up to 838 just from watching the speed runs. Hey, you're welcome. Awesome. Way to go. Keep going. Break that 1,000. You know what's interesting? 1,000 ELO today is like so much better than it was, like 20, 30 years ago. It's actually wild. Like it used to be like 1,000 was like, yeah, anybody could just get to 1,000 pretty quickly and easily. Now it's like, no, if you get to 1,000, that's a pretty good milestone because 900 rated players, like they know how to play. So it's just interesting. I was reading a book, and the author said something fascinating. Basically, they said like an 1,800 rated player today playing against like even some of the best in the world from like let's say 100 years ago, the 1,800 would like crush them because they know so much like opening theory. They know like they've practiced tactics so much more, right, than those players did. Because it's just really interesting how the knowledge has just, there's so much more that you can learn. It's just easier to get better at chess than it was before. It's pretty fascinating when you think about it. All right, this person's really thinking. I'm wondering if they're going to be getting into some time pressure here. Okay, they do make a decision there. 3.5 minutes, pretty long think. I guess we're going to see bishop e7 now pretty quickly. And I have to make the decision, do I want to trade everything or not? Biggest time advantage I've ever had. Yes, probably. Probably so. I mean, what else can they play? Like, I don't. What are they thinking about? I don't really understand. Do you have another move? Do you guys see any other moves that black could play that make any sense in this position? Okay, never mind. There it is. All right. The thing is, here's the principle. When your opponent's position is cramped, trading pieces helps them. So doing all of this is just going to help black, unless I have a concrete follow-up, which I don't see one. So I don't want to do that, which means I need a different move. Queen e2 so I can play rook d1, or bishop g3 to just avoid all the trades there. So which one? Let's see. Queen e2, if you take me, I take you. I have checkmate. So f5, probably the move. Yeah, I don't like that. f5 is a good move there. So maybe we just go back. Maybe we just go back. Queen e2 takes f5. I mean, I could take, but then they take my queen, I take their queen, but then they're going to get a piece. I don't think it's working for us. Yeah, bishop g3. I don't know. If they take me there, I take with the bishop. They trade the queens. That's actually pretty good for us. All right, let's do that. So we're trying to avoid the trades to keep our space advantage. Of course, I can't stop some of these trades. But the nice thing about if they go for this line is my bishops are really good. Also, I have the rook on the file. So I think that's a nice thing for us. They're doing the top down. So Ryan's talking about inside Chess Vibes Academy, we're doing a blunder-proof protocol, and I teach this system called top down, where you like check all these things to make sure you're not blundering. So that's what he said. That's what they're doing. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. I mean, I don't think they've blundered anything yet, so it must be working. You went from 800 to 1800 in 1 year just from watching my videos. All right. Way to go. Thanks. Thanks for saying that. That's good. First over the board tournament. Yeah, it's coming later this month. I think I have to check the date. I think it's towards the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to train and get ready for it. I haven't like settled on which openings I'm going to stick with. So that's one thing that's kind of concerning me, but it's a long journey. It's not like one tournament is going to make or break this GM thing. So I'm just going to take it slow. Wasn't I 2,600 a few days ago? No, I was 2,500 rapid. I mean, I was 27 something in bullet, but that's a different. Ooh, okay. So the first thing that jumps in my mind, guys, and you should think about this too, is like, look at these pieces. If I could put a bishop there, right? So like, for example, takes, bishop e4. We have to just ask ourselves, do we win material? Of course, they could trade queens or they don't have to. Let's say they do trade queens and then play bishop b7. Rook here. Rook b, yeah, you can't go rook b8. Yeah, I think we just win material. So if they don't trade queens, where do they? You can't go queen c7. Yeah, I think this might just be a mistake, guys. Takes here, bishop e4. So, okay, the knight is under attack. So you would either have to counterattack something. There's not really anything to counterattack. This doesn't help you. Or defend it. So how do you defend? You can't use the queen. Oh, queen e8. You could play queen e8. an ugly move, but maybe queen e8. It's a very ugly move, though. Okay, so queen e8. What if we did... Yeah, okay, maybe they can play that. Queen e8. So c3, bishop b7. I still might do it because the queen on e8 is very awkward because your rook is trapped. I might still do it. And at bishop b7, I'm pretty sure just... oh, actually, they could play bishop b7 right away. Just leave the queen. Let's think about that. If we took a rook landed there, we would have bishop c7, but then they could move their rook. Yeah, that's not going to be good for us. Actually, wait, can they do that? No, I'd have my knight still on f3. They couldn't do that. So we would win a pawn. But then they have this. Yeah, interesting. That's really interesting. What if we play queen e2 now? When the point is... we would be threatening this. If they played bishop b7, we could play rook d1. And where does their queen have to go? That's an awkward position for them. Queen has to move away somewhere. I guess you have to go to c8 or e8. I think that's the way. I think this is the way, guys. So we're just going to reposition the rook here. Of course, we are threatening to just take and go here. This is a very real threat. So they're going to probably go bishop b7. But rook d1 is really annoying for black here. Can I play blindfolded? Yes, I can play blindfolded, but I'm not like a blindfold expert. But yeah, I can play a game blindfolded. Okay, let's do it. Rook d1. Very awkward for this queen, right? This bishop's actually pretty good. So you pretty much have to go here or here. And you have to get away from this because I'm going to put you in check and take your queen if you don't. So they're probably going to go queen c8. I'm wondering if I can get away with... oh, there's an interesting move. Knight d6. I was going to take and play queen e4, but now I'm looking at knight d6. Okay, well, let's think about this. If we go here, they probably are going to give up the bishop. You get the bishop pair. Not bad. But this one also looks good. Queen e4. That's a checkmate threat. Only move is g6. And the thing is... what's the thing is you've created weaknesses. Now, I don't know if we can... Takes. G6. I'm thinking like something like queen G4, maybe? This is also tempting, just to win the bishop pair. That's very tempting too. Man, I feel like this is a critical moment here, and I don't know which way to go. So even though I like the bishop pair, I don't see any targets. So it's going to be hard for me to figure out what to do next. This way, we create some long-term weaknesses around the king if we get them to play g6. Man, okay. We could play queen e3. They could play like bishop g7. We could jump our knight in. They just take though, and they're trading off everything. I can also wait. I can play like c3 as kind of like a just improve my position, wait for this, and then do it. But does that really help me? Is bishop d6 a move? That's interesting. What's the point? The point is if they take, we take, they move. I don't know what the point is. I was thinking of some sacking, but I guess it doesn't work. Okay. Man, I am really torn here, guys. I am really, really torn. Let me do this one, but I could be making a mistake. I don't know. I don't have to play queen e4, but I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll make him create the weaknesses and then see what we can do from there. c3 to stop the bishop. Yeah, probably c3. They could move their knight somewhere. Let's see, not here. They could move it here or here. It's actually pretty annoying. Now, almost wonder if I could do a crazy sacrifice. You guys know I like the crazy sacrifices. Bishop takes, bishop takes, bishop takes. Queen g4. Let's say they go for the pawn. Do I have this one? Takes, takes, check. Bishop g7. Rook comes down. Man, I wish these were switched around. I'd sack my bishop in a second, but it's not that easy. Okay, I guess I'm gonna play c3 and sack the queen. It might be a big mistake. Takes, takes, takes. Takes, takes. I could just play queen e3 and c3. Okay. I guess I shouldn't sack my queen. I really wanted to. We're going to check and see what Stockfish says because I really wanted to do it, but maybe I shouldn't. I think we were going to get a lot of compensation, though, if we did. But was it going to be enough is the question. I don't know. I'm expecting bishop g7, and I think I'm going to play c3. I don't think they can get away with this because then we get this pawn. And even though they can go back with the bishop, now I have queen h4, knight g5, and there's a checkmate. So I don't think they can do that. So I'm pretty sure they're going to go here. Do I have bishop f4? Bishop f4, king h7. Check. Check. No. Probably too much. King h7. What if we sat? This person's going to run out of time. What are they doing? Knight g5 check. King goes here. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think that's a good decision, buddy. I do not think that's a good decision. So I'm going to go knight h4. How are they going to stop this? How are they going to stop this, guys? You can't play f6. I'll take you here. Your knight can't go there. Knights don't move that way. Your queen is out of place. Yeah, this was a very bad decision. Okay, so knight g5. It's not quite checkmate, but it's pretty close. Definitely should be the move. They have to play on increment. Okay, so check. Oh, wait, where's the checkmate at? Hold everything, guys. Bishop e5 is a move. Yeah, maybe bishop e5 is the move. Let's see. Check there. Takes. If you take me, what's going to happen? We could also... I was going to say we could think about sacking here, but what exactly is the follow-up? Bishop d6 is interesting, actually, too. What if I go here? Let's see. Knight f5. Takes, check here, check. If I go here and you play f6, I just take it. Bishop e5 is a winning move. I think this is the winning move. That's a good one. You can't take me because checkmate. Oh, you can't think about the clock in these positions, guys. That's how you lose games. You can't just think about the clock and try to flag them. You have to find the best moves. That's a trap, especially in an increment game. They could play the whole game on increment. Like you can't. Don't do that. Just play the best moves, and you're gonna win. Let's see if we did it. Let's see if we did it. What does Stockfish think of my game? Yeah, pretty good. 93, not too bad. So as far as the opening is concerned, Stockfish says, yeah, you could do either way. You could take it and play, not e4. You could take it and play e3, although it is slightly better for black, or you could just go back like I did. About the same. It likes e3. It also showed e4 was okay. So what is the move that Stockfish would have played here? Oh, knight e5. Followed by check. What's happening here? Check. Oh, and then you get your pawn back. And you actually have a nice position. Interesting. So I'm going to have to remember this for next time. I could have played e4. And actually, that looks pretty nice. Yeah. That being said, e3 was fine as well. Okay, yeah. Stockfish says bishop e2 is maybe a little better. Or even bishop b5. Yeah, it actually likes c4 for black. So this is one of those exceptions, I guess, where c4 is okay for black. They didn't do it, of course. We played e4. That's fine. Okay, so apparently I'm supposed to take here first, then go queen e2. I'm not sure the significance, why that matters. Oh, because this way allows random knight h5 move. Okay, whatever. We're not GMs yet. Okay, hold on. So Stockfish wanted me to take and then go here. Significantly better than going there first. Oh, again, same reason, because knight h5 is a good move for black. Okay, interesting. Takes. Queen e4 was the best move, so that's great. Queen e3 was the best move. Okay, so let's just see. If I would have played c3 and they jump in like I was expecting, let's just say knight d4, but it attacks my queen. I was really considering doing something crazy like, I don't know, this, and giving up, the two pieces. And I was thinking like, okay, this is actually not so bad. Like, look at their pieces. The rook's almost trapped. My knight's going to jump in. Where's the rook even going to move to? And I thought, if I get the two bishops, maybe, but yeah, it's too much. Yeah, it's good that I didn't do that. Okay. So queen e3 was the best move. And then they blundered. Yeah, they forgot about the fact that once you open up the H file, you got to be really careful if my queen and knight can pair up, right? That's a super dangerous threat, and they did not account for that. And sure enough, knight g5, yeah, I'm just winning. Yeah, best move, bishop b5. Cool. Now, apparently it doesn't matter. You could have also started with queen check. I just felt like it was, I don't know, nicer to do it first, but it didn't really matter. You love the content with no music. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for saying that. So yeah, what's the point of bishop b5, guys? Well, if we just go check, now what do? We have to somehow increase the pressure. Now, Stockfish says you can also just do it here, but bishop b5 does just that. There's another checkmate threat. Of course, if they take you, there's the checkmate. We saw in the game what happens if they play f6, right? You just take it because it doesn't change anything. There's still checkmate. So the only thing they could try would be like knight f5, but then we just take it again. We're threatening the checkmate. And what are they going to do? This is still going to be mate. And yeah, they can't do anything. So that's the problem for black. This idea of just checking bishop e5. Pretty cool game. It's a pretty cool game. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Another victory for the Verasov. That opening is turned out to be pretty nice for us. Okay, let's do the check, of course. Seems legit. They play a lot of bullet. Interesting. Okay. So knight f3. I mean, what can you do against knight f3? We said we were going to play the Caro-Kann, right? Not really the Caro-Kann against knight f3, is it? Yeah, it's not. What do we do against this? I'm going to intentionally try to induce some weaknesses here. And if they don't go for it, fine. Queen d7, unfortunately, the knight jumps in. We could play f6 and try to get this weird pawn and center thing going, but I'm going to go here, and maybe I can play e5 in one move. I'm expecting them to play d4 and stop me. But if they don't, I think this would be a nice setup for us. And if they do, oh, they go c4. Interesting. Okay, so we can play e6 and just defend that. I think our position's pretty solid. Let's do that. I think our position's pretty solid here. Why are all my opponents so low elo? Yeah, because I changed my settings to allow lower rated players when I switched to 1510, because when I had it set to higher rated players, there's not very many people apparently who play 1510 until we were waiting for a long time for games. So I had to change it so I can actually get games. But I think the level of these opponents is still pretty strong. I mean, they're not like, you know, doing crazy weird blunders most of the time. They're still pretty good. So, all right, I got to do bathroom gambit, get some water, get a snack. I'll be right back. Hopefully they think for a while. Nope, hold on. Let me make a move before I go. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for, because this is going to make it easier to attack their king when they push the pawns over here. All right, I'm back. I do have the blueberries again. Queen b3. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Since I've developed my bishop so early, you want to attack over here. Sure. We have some options. Let's think. Option number one. Queen. Bishop f4 is not a possibility just yet. We'd have time to kind of deal with that. So queen c7. I don't really want to trade queens when I'm going to try to attack. I don't have to attack. Knight b6. It's Kind of not where I want this knight, probably, although it does deal nicely with that. So we could do that. Oh, I just noticed there's knight c5, actually. That's a much nicer looking move. It's aggressive, attacks and defends, also controls the center, and we could reroute to e4. The queen can't really maintain this, because if you go here, you're in line with this. That cannot be a good decision. At least I don't think so. So I don't know where they move the queen to, but I think I'm happy with knight c5 now that I noticed that move. Let's do it. Let's do it. So always remember when your opponent brings out their queen, one of the drawbacks of bringing out the queen early is if it can get attacked by a minor piece, it's probably a good move for you. Yeah. You could even play bishop g6, but then I guess they have d3. If we take, they just take with the queen. So I think we just wait on that. But we successfully dealt with the threat. Of course, our knight's going to come under attack probably, but then we could maybe attack at that point. So I think I'm going to go with bishop d6 just to kind of put it on an aggressive square. Let's just think. If they take me, I just take back one way or the other. We could even bring the rook here. If they ever try to push and do something here, that's going to be hard to do. Any reason to not go here? I don't think so. This looks like a great square, especially because we've induced them to play h3. This is, oh, wow. Wow. You got, okay, what is the problem with this, guys? The problem is your king is here. Whenever you push pawns in front of your king, it becomes that much easier for your opponent to attack those pawns and open up the files. So obviously I'm going to go here. That's like a no-brainer. We save the bishop. We attack the queen. Okay. h5 maybe? I mean, of course they could push, but we're still going to be able to undermine these pawns one way or the other and open things up. I think h5 is the move. Let's just see. Let's just see what else we could do. I'm pretty sure it's h5. I'm not really seeing much else. I don't think it makes sense to trade there. By the way, you will notice by bringing out the bishop and leaving the knight, I left the queen open. I didn't exactly know why, but it's nice that it's controlling this square so they can't like harass my bishop and force me into a bad situation. So just something to think about when you're going to be thinking about pushing pawns on the king side like this. Sometimes it's nice to have the queen supporting that stuff. And so I delayed the knight, which is kind of an exception. Normally, in most positions, you would not want to do this. You would want your knight to be out as soon as possible. But I knew I was sort of thinking about h5, and you know there are moments where it's just nice having the queen like that. So just, you know, keep that one in the back of your mind. Do you feel like 1510 is more like real chess where games are decided by deep thinking? Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now it's still pretty quick, but it's much closer to the classical chess feel than the 10-minute games. Yeah, 10 minutes is really quick. Yeah, so that's probably the best try from the opponent, and we have to figure out how to take advantage of this. One way is to jump a knight over here. I don't know if I want to allow this move though, because this move looks pretty annoying, right? Then the bishop's going to be in trouble. We don't really want to lose that bishop, so I think the move is h4. Yeah, let's do it. So the nice thing about h4, guys, is twofold. Number one, we stop knight h4 because our rook is now involved. Number two, we stop them from playing h4 and really supporting that. So it's easier for us to undermine it at some point, somehow. Maybe even like this and sack the rook. I don't know. And we open up the square. So like I just said, we can use it for our pieces. So I think that's a pretty good move. Yeah, we could almost even like jump our knight around and sacrifice it here maybe if we get the right configuration with the queen and the bishop. I'm getting excited for how this game is gonna end, I think. Let's see what they do. By the way, apparently we played the Caro-Kann defensive system against the English. This is called the Caro-Kann defensive system against the English. How about that? Who knew? That's what it says this is. You get bored with 1510. Yeah, I find that if I'm really paying attention for like these aggressive plans where I'm trying to attack and I'm trying to come up with clever ways to maybe checkmate my opponent and do things like that, I don't really get bored. When I get bored is when I'm just playing like boring openings where you just trade stuff and it's like the same pawn structure on both sides and that's when I get bored. And so maybe just try to be a bit more like aggressive, and I guess we just go back. I mean, it doesn't really do too much. I guess they want to do something here, but whatever. Don't have a lot of options for the knight, right? We can't go there. We can't go there. It's either here or here. And I don't want to go here, obviously. So when I say obviously, maybe it's not obvious. Maybe that was a move to actually consider, but I felt like, why do I want my knight over there? Here, it's probably better. All right, we're catching up on time after our deep think on knight c5. We're coming back. Yes, good question. Someone said, so our king stays in the middle. A lot of times in these weird openings where you're going to be really aggressive against the fianchetto bishop, yes, the king will stay in the center. Sometimes you can castle quickly to the other side, depending on how you set up your pieces. Like earlier in the game, for example, if I would have gone with like knight here, queen here, just castle right away, that could be a valid strategy sometimes. But yeah, a lot of times it's relatively safe in the middle. The middle is only dangerous if they're going to open it up somehow and attack your king, right? If they can't do that easily, which in this position, I don't see how they're going to easily open this up. Even if they did, I could always just tuck my king to the side. So, yes, to answer the question, that's the king in the center is okay a lot of times. Yeah, NM and FM are different. So NM is national master, like in your federation. So I'm in the United States, so I'm a master in the United States Chess Federation rating. So 2200 USCF rating, United States Chess Federation. FM is FIDE master, so you're 2200 rated in the FIDE rating system, which is generally a little bit harder to get higher, right? So I think my top FIDE rating ever was like maybe 2160 something. When I was like 2200 USCF, I think I was like 2160 something FIDE. So I've never hit, and I think I want to say FIDE master might be. I don't know if it's 22 or 2300 FIDE. Is it 2300 FIDE? Okay, yeah. So it's even higher, and it's FIDE rating. So if FM is significantly stronger than national master, I would say. Like there's a pretty big jump from FIDE master to from national master to FIDE master, and then from FIDE master to international master. International master, that FIDE rating needs to be 2400, so that's even more. And you have to get special norms, 3 norms for international master, and then same thing with grandmaster. Now you're up to 2500 FIDE, and you have to get the 3 norms. So they're all like significantly bigger jumps each level. So okay, now is where it starts to get interesting. I believe what I want to do is, sorry, F6, because I don't want to lose my rook. Now it's obviously, it's really not the end of the world if they take that. I could just go here and then the G file is open, but I want to undermine this anyway. So I'm thinking the move is F6 that I'll play here. But I could also consider this, let him take it, and then play rook G8. With the idea of jumping my knight up, going here, and then just using the fact that they've gotten rid of this pawn for me. You know, there's something really interesting here, guys. There's something really interesting. This is a bit risky, but let's see. So let's say they go there. I go there. They go there. They go there. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. What I was going to say is I could go here, sack my rook, because then I have queen f4, and it's really difficult to stop this checkmate, actually. The only thing is they could run away. Bishop f5. I'm going to be able to get this pawn. Is it enough, though? I don't know. The other way I could try to set up a similar type of situation would be knight e7, let them take here, play rook g8. Let's say they go back. Then play bishop h5, the idea of then sacking. And then it's a bit more dangerous for them because now we have a knight that can come in. We also have the bishop. We still have the same kind of deal. They do have this move queen d2, though. I just noticed that. Man, I'm so torn, guys. There's all 3 of these moves are very interesting. Okay. Let's play man. F6 does create a weakness here, but I don't think knight d4 is super scary. We could just defend. Wow. What to do? What to do? All right, let's play f6. I don't know. I have a feeling like maybe knight e7 or rook h5 is a better move, but let's go with f6. We'll check it after the game and see what Stockfish would have done. It's getting pretty complicated. And we haven't even gotten to the really interesting part where the kings are in danger. You know, another interesting move that I didn't even think about until now is I could have played like king f8, just kind of leave the king sit there to defend the pawn. Lots of interesting moves here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So they're attacking the weak spot. I guess we just defend with queen e7. Not a big deal. Like I said, probably not going to be castling here now. I mean, there's a bunch of pawns here, and it looks like lots of pieces are lined up over this way. So I think we're definitely just safer staying where we're at, maybe even moving here or something. So I am threatening to just take the pawn here. And then I'll be able to push and really just open up the king. So I think white has to do something about that. Question is, what are they going to do? Ooh, okay. I like the look of that because as soon as they push, they relieve a lot of tension in the position there. I like this for me. So option number one, we go here to stop f4 so we can take it. Option two, we just go back. Let them do that because who cares? I just take it anyway. And then I jump in. Although then there's 90. No, 96 doesn't work. We have check. Okay, so we could go back. We could go bishop f4. Bishop f4, there's potentially bishop c1. I don't know. There's this move. Like I don't know. My instinct for some reason is just telling me to go here. I don't know. Bishop f4 is all right. Let's go here. Let's go here. Bishop f4 definitely worth considering, but I don't want to overthink it. So let's just do this for now. I still think we're busting through regardless, because like I said, even if you go here, I just take. Nice little tactic there to pick up the knight so they can't do that. And once we get that position, like forget about it. The queen, the bishop, there's got to be some checkmates. It's interesting. This guy's just attacking over here so much. My king's not even there, buddy. It makes sense. He's got a target here. It makes sense, kind of. I guess let's think. We have all kinds of options. E5. I just take. I don't think that's the way. I just ignore it. I take here and let him take. I don't know if that's the way. Take here, but then this is going to happen. I would love to just ignore that. I don't know if my attack is quite fast enough. So for example, takes. I have to spend a move moving the rook. Then they're going to... All right. I don't know. I want to make sure my attack is progressing here, so I'm going to take that. I think I'm going to take and go queen f7. Is it the best move? I don't know, but it's a move. My idea is, well, what's my idea? Queen f4 is one idea. Checkmate. This is defended. This is defended, so they can't jump in. The knight looks good, but it's kind of in the way. I mean, what is it actually doing? I could also just go here and trade it, or maybe just go here and castle kingside and be pretty safe. So yeah, I have a lot of things, but probably the most pressing is this one, because that would lead to a very dangerous checkmate. Of course, they could try to run and... Okay, so queen f4. They move their rook. G4. Maybe I should have gone here first because they're going to play knight b5. Oh, man, I think I messed up. I should have played there first. I forgot about knight b5 being so annoying. And I could still play... Yeah, I don't know if I should have done this. I think I messed up. I think I should have not allowed this to happen. I needed this move first. I should have gone for it while I had the chance. Man, okay, not happy about that. Yeah, that was a big mistake. I should have played queen f4 first, because then knight b5 is not such a big deal because I can throw in... Well, they can't even play it because it's checkmate. They have to do something else. Then I play g4. Yeah, I messed it all up. Sorry, guys. Because now I lose my bishop. I needed that bishop, you know? It was a big mistake. Yeah, if I would have had the queen on f4, they move the rook, then I play g4. Now if you go knight b5, whatever. I'm going to go check. I'm going to take here. I'm going to have some huge threats. And instead, the order got all messed up for me. It was a big mistake. Let's pre-move that. It's probably going to happen, but if not, I guess we're going to have to do something with the pawn now. So bishop f5 would be a nice way to kind of force the issue here. I don't think we can just leave that. So maybe knight f6. I'm going to go knight b5. I could play knight e5. My my idea is if they take me, I think they are in trouble because I take back and hit the queen. You can't check me. And then I'm going to take your bishop. So what are they going to play? This? Let's see. Rook h5, bishop f5, knight f6. Move the knight somewhere. Okay. Uh, I don't have time to figure all this stuff out, guys. This position is very complicated. I think we should sack the rook here and keep attacking, but I could be wrong. I think we still have a good attack if I can get my rook up or push the pawn. That's a really good square for the knight. King g3, queen e7. We have a fork, but do I have something better? Guess we'll take the fork for now. This is a wild position. This is really wild. How do we get the queen over here? That's what I'm trying. But at the same time, I have to worry about this. So do I play rook h6 or what? I think the knight's more valuable. I think we keep the knight. Maybe I go rook h6. Ooh, I was hoping for that. Got rid of that annoying pawn. Now what? Why not? Move 35, castle kingside. I guess we take this. Okay, he's going to move his rook now. If he takes, I'm going to take here. I do have a minute now. I can think for a little bit. So we're trying to attack the pawn and also defend some things. How's he going to defend this? Queen f2. Let's see. Queen f2. Do I have knight g2? Can I put my knight on g2? Oh, that's what he wants. So if we trade, it's probably a draw. Yeah, definitely a draw if we trade. If we take... Maybe we have some chances. His king is... I feel like his king is more exposed than mine because I have a pawn to hide behind. He doesn't have that, so... Wait. There's no check. I have checks, though. I have lots of checks, actually. Do I have checkmate? Do I have checkmate? Have to keep him in check. Oh, he's going to take that? Are you serious, dude? I didn't think he could actually get away with that. Maybe he can't. I might have messed up. I might have messed up. But okay, I should have at least a perpetual, right? Yeah, I should have at least a perpetual. And maybe if I'm lucky, a checkmate. But I think he would have to mess up for us to get checkmate. Rook g2. They offered a draw. I mean, I think this is a relatively straightforward perpetual check, so I don't think I'm risking anything by playing on a few more moves. But I also don't really see how I can do anything now. Man, I messed this game up big time, guys. He's just going to keep blocking with the queen, right? If I go in, then I might be losing, or... Yeah, we don't want to do that. was thinking about going there, but I don't know if that was even going to do anything. Oh, yeah, actually, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have tried that. I think this is also a draw. Oh, I think it is. Maybe not, actually. That's probably still a draw. It's probably still a draw. Yeah, this is definitely a draw. Because I'm just going to go behind the pawn, and I'm going to go take it with my king. We'll try to trick him. Why not? We'll try to trick him. Ah, too bad. Man, I messed that up so bad. I'm going to guess not playing Queen F4 was probably the biggest mistake in the game. Let's see if that's right. Okay, so we actually only had one moment when we were winning. Oh, and it was at the end. It was at the end of the game. And then there was this moment. Yes, that was the other moment that we were winning. Yeah, and the only move was Queen F4, which I didn't find. All right, let's just go to the beginning and check this, because that was pretty interesting. All right. Apparently, you're supposed to take the knight. Interesting. And say, okay, I got all my pawns on light squares. What's your bishop going to do? Oh, and actually just jump in with knight e5 and take the pawn. Oh, look at that. Get a free pawn. Okay, I missed that. I missed that idea. Knight c5 was a good move. Bishop g6 is fine. Yeah, this was not a smart decision from them. Stockfish would have played knight e7, just getting the pieces out. If they play h4, a5 to make sure they can't chase your knight, and then just castling, and I guess you're just going to play the long game here and eventually play f6. Okay, so h4 was not the Stockfish way. Stockfish likes knight e7, which I did think about this. This is what Stockfish would have done. And now you can go bishop h5, and yeah, you can attack this way. Makes a lot of sense. What did I play? f6 right away. Yeah, Stockfish doesn't like it. Yeah, this was not the way that they should have taken. They wanted to keep things open, and they locked it up. c5 was a bad decision. Okay, queen f8 was better for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, because you keep this, maybe? Or you keep... Yeah, it must be. Must be that you keep attack on there, I guess. Okay, anyway, let's get to the moment. Yep, right here. Queen f4. If I play queen f4, there is no knight b5, because that's checkmate immediately. So they have to deal with this by bringing the rook somewhere. But now I can throw it in and keep attacking. Yeah, g4, exactly. And if you play knight b5 now, I'm probably just going to ignore it. And if you take here, who cares? I just take back and I'm attacking all kinds of stuff. Yeah, this is what should have happened, right? If I was just not asleep here. Yeah, I just underestimated that after knight b5, I wasn't going to get a chance to do that anymore. Thought I was being clever by playing this first, but I just was... That was a big mistake. Because once I lose this bishop, it's very difficult to keep attacking. I needed that bishop to attack here. And he went there. Yep. Yep. And then they kind of messed up. I think they were trying to flag me, and they kind of messed up here. Stockfish 100% agrees. The knight is better than the rook. So d4, best move. Because if you take this, the problem is they don't even take you back. They immediately take here, open up your king, then they can take back, and now you're just in an awful position, right? Whereas if you just play d4, you keep the knight. This knight is super strong. You keep your king safe, and game goes on. Oh no! I missed the win. I missed the winning move. Does anybody see it? One move wins for black. Only one move. Wow. The move is king f7, somebody says? No, not king f7. Yeah, it's h2. h2. I guess you just force the king to be stuck in the corner pretty much, because now it's defended by the rook. You can't go here because the knight, so you're basically stuck where your rook is pinned now. You kind of like trap both of these pieces with one simple pawn push. Now white can't even sack this if they want to because they're pinned, and I'm just totally gonna win. That's all I had to see. Instead I castled. Allowed him to get out of the pin, yeah. And then I missed knight g4 check. Okay. And then there was nothing here. I mean, I tried, but there was nothing. I thought about playing this move. My idea is I'm still defending the checkmate. There's no checks. And if white makes a mistake and let's say pushes the pawn, I was going to come down here. But I guess even this is still a draw. They still have checks. And well, now they only have one move, though. They have to play queen e8. So yeah, this would have been a good try if I could have got the setup. I don't know. Oh, man. All right. That was tough. I felt like we threw it away by not playing queen f4. I need some blueberries after that game. Okay, this is taking a while, huh? Let me cancel and restart. Sometimes it seems to work faster that way. I don't know why. Yeah, see what I mean? All right, let's do the preliminary check. Okay, I guess that's normal enough. Here we go. C5? What? Okay. Well, what are our options here? Ooh, I have a great idea. Let's play E4, and now it's a Smith-Morra gambit. Yes. Yes. Oh no. They don't accept it. Dude, come on. Why wouldn't you take it? I'm going to give him one more chance. Come on, take the pawn. Now is your moment. Of course not. Okay. Well, can't go wrong with developing the knight. You always have to consider these moves, but I don't think now is the moment. I'm going to play h3. I don't want the bishop coming here. Now the bishop doesn't have a clear place to develop to. I think that move makes sense. He's going to try to put it over here now. Okay. I have an idea. Is it a good idea, though? I don't know if it's a good idea. Usually when I don't know if things are good ideas, I shouldn't do them. Let's play a4. We'll stop the b5 plan. Of course, they can still play b6, but it's much more passive. I might be able to play like queen b3 and put some pressure there. Okay, so they decide to castle. Okay. I think I want my bishop on e3. We can put pressure here if they ever play b6. Let's do that. Where's the bishop going to go, guys? d3, c4, e2. How about just nice and simple? e2, we can castle. Shouldn't have too many problems. Okay. What's the plan here? Queen d2 and bishop h6 is an idea. I'm afraid the knight's going to try to come in. Rook c1. I mean, okay, if you do this, I can always give up the bishop for the knight, and then I'm still going to get this trade, and the king is probably weak. Black gets some counterplay with the rook sitting over here, but I think it's okay for us to try that. Meanwhile, this person has not spent more than 7 seconds on any move. I don't know what that means. Maybe they just know their opening theory really well. Okay, yeah, now they're slowing down. Okay. They go for queen a5 instead. It's probably logical. So bishop h6 is what I think I want to do. Let's go ahead. Of course, they don't have to take. They could play queen h5 maybe. Or they could take and then play queen h5. And then I have to decide, do I want to go into the endgame or not? I think not. Although you have to be a little careful here with this idea. Yeah, I don't want to take that. I don't think we take that right now. So what is black most likely going to do, right? They're going to move this knight to activate the rook. So it's going to either be knight a5 to one of these squares, or it's going to be knight b4. I don't think the sack works. I mean, yeah, you have knight g4, but it's already protected. I don't think we should even consider that. So where do I want my queen if this plan happens? Probably not on d2 because we get forked. Maybe. So e3 or f4. I don't like on e3 how it's going to be a target when the knight lands on c4. So that's why I'm going here. I need to figure out where the rooks are going to go. I guess d1 and c1 makes sense. And they go all the way back. Interesting. Very interesting move. All right. Wasn't expecting that. Let's look at the pawn breaks and see what we can do. So e5. Where's the knight going to move? d5. If they take knight h5, but that doesn't look very good. e5, knight d5. We can go over here and then play knight g5. That looks really good for us, actually. So, yeah, e5 seems to be a definite move we should consider. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Because the thing is, if the knight's not on f6, how do you defend my threat, right? Now that you've moved the queen away. How do you defend this? So for example, knight d5, queen h6, you take, I take, you take, knight g5. And I win. So they have to come up with something else. Knight h5, I can still go there. Same threat, knight g5, f6. f6, I don't believe it. Maybe f6 somehow saves them. So I have a clear plan now. Go there, checkmate. How do you get better at bullet? You're 2000 rapid, only 1600 in bullet. So bullet is, first of all, I assume you pre-move. You have to be very good at pre-moving. Make sure you have your settings so you auto promote to a queen. You can multiple pre-move at the same time. Let's go queen h6. And then you like, I feel like gambits and like tricky openings help a lot more in bullet than in other types of games. So depending on what your normal openings are, that might be part of the reason you're having trouble. And then the other thing is you have to like switch your mindset. It's a totally different mindset. You cannot even try to think deeply. You have to just kind of go on your intuition and play very quickly, obviously. And some people are just better with like intuition than others. So that's one thing. But you can kind of work on that. Just like trust your instincts. Like, this should be a good move. Just play it. This should be a good move. Just play it, And then also obviously knowing when to slow down and find a tactic if they give you if they play a weird move, right? So, and then, one more thing. Huge thing in bullet is avoiding getting tilted, right? So very common thing where people like lose one or two games in bullet and then they play like 20 games and just lose them all, You have to stop that. So like one thing that I used to do was like I would tell myself, okay, I'm allowed to play bullet until I lose. As soon as I lose a game, I have to stop. So maybe I would win 5 in a row. Cool. And then I lose the 6th game, I stop. If you do that, you're going to be playing on winning streaks and hopefully preventing the losing streaks. That's probably a big one too. That's all I got for you. What? Well, I guess I have a couple of questions about that move. First of all, if I just take, we win a piece. So if you take me back, I still have knight g5. And I win. So what is black planning on doing against this? Of course, if I take this, then it's tricky, right? Then they take here, I take here, they take with check. That they probably survive that, but I think this one they don't survive. Right? I think we got him on this one, guys. So the issue with moving my knight is if I move my knight, they're going to play knight f6 and defend. Now, maybe I could have followed up with knight e4, actually, now that you guys mention it. Yeah, maybe that was going to win too. Maybe. But I think this also just wins a piece. So But that's a good point. I could have followed up with knight e4. Yeah, maybe that was even stronger. You're probably right. But this should be good enough to win. Just winning a piece. Did we miss anything, guys? Are we going to win? Did we miss anything? I think they really messed up bringing the queen back. Like, I thought it was smart when they brought their queen over because they were really like defending the king side and I couldn't do much. But then when they went back, it was like, that's really strange. And I think that was their big mistake. Yeah, so we're just up a piece and we still have a great position. So wow. Wow. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. That was a strange Botez. I have to give him that. They lived up to their name. Okay, so Stockfish says the move is d5 here. And if the knight, let's just say, jumps forward, you just bring your rook over. And I guess eventually plant the bishop here. Okay. Yeah, queen h5 was good. Oh no, queen a5 was the one of the best moves. Interesting. So e5, the move that they had to play was knight e8. So if I play queen h6, now they have to play f6 to stop my knight from coming in. And even though I have a check, they can play e6. What? I take, let's just say they take. Now I can go knight g5, knight e7. It's still not a good position for them. Wait, they had a move there? What? Oh, wow. Rook f7. Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay. I don't know what we just witnessed. Anyway, that's what they needed to do. 98. This was just losing. And yeah, queen h6. This is the best move according to Stockfish. So, but knight g5 is a very close second. And after here, it's not even this move because they have rook fd8. What? They have rook fd8. Oh, check it out, guys. This is not actually checkmate. They just run here. The knight is defending. That is very interesting. So that's why the way that I did it was actually the best way. Knight takes d5 because it's just a free piece. And now there is no way to stop this. Okay. And then I don't know what this move was. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh. 2026? 1500 in bullet? I don't think so. I do not think so. 90 accuracy, 98 accuracy. Nope. Yep. That's definitely not happening. All right. Let's see. We're going to try that again. We are going to try that again. Yes. Rice dodging is a very important part of not getting tilted when you play chess. All right. I changed the setting to see if I could do minus 200 elo instead of minus 400 elo, but I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. If you could go back to before all the riches and fame, what kind of career path would you choose? I mean, I like teaching chess and playing chess, and yeah, this is great. I would choose this probably. Yeah, I'm super blessed to be able to do this. Okay, well, it might be a while, so feel free to ask a question. I don't know. You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this analysis while I'm waiting. Okay. Because we said we were going to play the Caro-Kann, right? So let's maybe do a little opening preparation here. What's the main move? The advanced variation is actually the main thing. Who knew? So we bring our bishop out. They go here. Oh, some people play h4. What's the deal with h4? We have to go like h6 and they try to attack us. And we go bishop d7. Are you serious? This is the move? What's the wow, you want the bishop over here instead of here? Why? Why would you not want it here? Oh, because e6. Oh, that's so sneaky. I would have fallen right into that. Make sure my game didn't start. No, it didn't. So we go here. Interesting. Okay, so we learned something about h4. What else can we learn? Main line is knight f3. We go e6. They go bishop e2. Everybody's going to do that. Now we can play knight e7 is good. And c5. This is so weird. You bring this knight over here. And then this one goes on d7. See, I wouldn't have known that either. It's good we were doing this little study session right now. Okay, what else can we learn here? So that's about the advanced variation. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. The other move is knight c3. And I was going to take... They're going to take... I'm going to play knight f6. The most common thing is they're going to take me. And most people go with c3. Bishop d6. Bishop d3. We castle. They probably bring out their knight or play queen c2. Rook e8, knight e2. H5 is the move. Wow. Wow. Oh, they were attacking us. Right. Okay. Castles, H4. We push this pawn. That's really interesting. Meanwhile, we still don't have a game over here. Let's try again. Okay, back to our studying. What else can happen in the Caro-Kann that we have not talked about? They don't take you, but I mean, nobody really plays this. But H5 is a great move. Okay. And if they try to stop you, Bishop G4. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. What else can happen? Oh, what about F3? Isn't this a move? Yeah, the fantasy variation. What do we do against that? Queen B6 or E6, apparently. Let's go with E6. Everybody's going to play knight C3. Queen B6 again is supposedly a good move here, huh? Or Bishop B4. Bishop F4. Knight E7. There's no way I'm going to remember all these lines, by the way. I'm just trying to learn something while we wait. What's up with the Queen B6 line? What's the deal here? Queen B6. Knight C3. We take. We play E5. What's the point? They take, we go Bishop E6. Knight D7. And I guess we're going to castle queenside. Oh, that's interesting. I like that setup. So Queen B6, and then you sack a pawn on E5. That's really fascinating. How did that line go again? Queen B6, Knight C3. Take, you take first, then you play E5. Yeah. You can even take here. You can bring out your bishop, Knight A4, Queen A5, check, C3. What is this line? Bishop goes back to D6. Meanwhile, see, I have to change the settings. Hold on. I got to go back to 400. You just can't get a game that way. I have to do 400. It's the only way. I need to refresh too. Hold on. Okay, so there we did it. We studied the Caro-Kann. Oh, engines are just, there we go. And we got an opponent. Let's do the quick check. Oh my goodness, 1100 in bullet. I don't think we can do it, guys. Do they play bullet? Yes, they do. They lost to 1200 in bullet, but they are 2200 in rapid. 1100 rated bullet player is 2200 in rapid, guys. What do you think about that? What do you think? I'll play them in a bullet game. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Here we go. 2024. All right, that's a little bit better. 1300 in blitz? Okay, at least they're 1900 in bullet. That makes me feel a little better. Still questionable, but okay, we'll play them. Oh, and they played E4. Let's go. Let's go. We just did it. And they take. The one line that I did not look at. Come on. But surely this can't be bad for us. I mean, Bishop f4. So what should I do about this? Queen b6? That looks really dangerous. I don't think that's the move I want to play. Let's go knight f6. If they play knight c3, I think I'll play a6 just to stop any shenanigans. Here, I'm debating where the bishop's going to go. Or do I just wait, you know? I could just wait so I don't get into trouble with the queen b3 shenanigans here. No, but I think you want it out. I think you want it out, right? Let's get it out. Okay, let's go e6. We're going to play bishop d6 now. Get this bishop out of my face here. Okay, question number one that I have. Can I get away with knight c6? Here, rook b8. Queen has to move. We jump down. There's an annoying check we could block. That is interesting. Of course, I can defend if I need to, but if I can get away with this, I'm going to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think we might actually get into trouble because this is very dangerous. Okay, what about 97? Then if they take here, we lose this pawn, but then the rook comes in. Bishop b5 is not a big deal. Check's not a big deal. If they went to, they couldn't go to a6, we just take. Okay, so that seems more reasonable. I just really didn't want to waste the move defending that pawn with my queen. I didn't want to do that. So now if they take, I'm pretty sure we get our pawn back right away over here. I don't think they're going to go for that. Yeah, okay. Castle. So normally in these pawn structures, I know that the minority attack is a thing. So that is definitely something we could try to do, where we push these pawns like this and we try to take and create a weakness here. Now, it's pretty easy for them to stop it, I feel like, with the move a4. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's so easy to stop, isn't it? If the queen takes, I'd be happy, but if the bishop takes, I don't think I'm happy. Am I? We could pin it, but then they could move, let's say, queen a4. Knight b6. Yeah, we probably can't do that, guys. Probably can't do it. Now I can play b5 if they let me. Because if they take with the bishop, I'll have this. So now I'm actually threatening something. Yeah, they don't want to let that happen. So what are the other plans in this position for me? If I can't do a minority attack, I don't know if there are any other good plans. How long have I been doing YouTube full time? I think it was the end of 2021, I believe. Which is crazy considering I started the channel in 2020. Okay, so we need to do something. They're going to come in here. Can I go for this? The problem, of course, is... What is the problem, actually? Yeah, 95 is an annoying move, right? Because then what? I have to deal with the bishop under attack. Yeah, I don't really know what to do, guys. I really don't know what to do here. Should I trade this bishop off? I'm just afraid it's going to end up like a useless piece sitting over here. I guess I can reroute it and try to trade for this bishop. Maybe I'll do that. This is one of the problems with playing like openings you're not familiar with. You get these middle game positions that you haven't played very often and you don't really know what to do, right? If you take an opening you've played a bunch and you've seen like, oh yeah, I've won some games by doing this and I've won some games by doing this and I've lost some games by doing that, so I'm not going to do that. And you kind of know, like, at least if you've played it enough where you've thought through those things, you kind of know some plans. I haven't really played this, so I'm like, I know about the minority attack, which they just stopped, and that's about all I've got in my toolbox here. So yes, I understand they can keep the bishop and trade for the knight, but at least it kind of creates a little interesting dynamic. Maybe we can even attack here or something. I don't know. Okay, they want to jump in here. Thinking of just offering a queen trade. I could put the queen on f4. The point is then I could actually take without getting forked. Because this fork is really annoying. So maybe I'll do queen f4. Yeah, it's interesting. What if I did do this awkward king h7, rook h8, king g8 to try to attack here? Is that crazy? They just play h3 and laugh at me? Maybe I push this instead. It's a more logical plan. Okay. I do remember one thing where the knight's supposed to be on d6, or it's like very good if the knight's on d6. So, I mean, is it worth rerouting like this? Might be, actually. Bishop b5 is a bit annoying, though. Do we play a6 first? Okay. Let's play a6 first. I don't want the bishop going there. Of course, they can play a5, but I don't see how they're going to really make use of that weakness in the position. And then I can reroute my knight over here, I suppose. Peanut butter and jelly. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Yep, they do push it. Kind of expected that. I think I'll go for this rerouting now. I guess the knight on d6 is supposed to be really good because it's, it controls all the stuff that the knight here would control on e4, but you also get other options on the queen side. I assume White's plan is to put a knight on e5. I don't know why they're not doing it. Maybe they're going to do it now. I guess I'm just going to take it. Whoa, rook a4. Interesting move. So if I play 96, they can play 95 and take it and have a double attack. That's fascinating. Now I could play... I could play knight here, but then b3 probably loses material. So do I actually have to move my queen back? 96 knight here, or just don't take the knight. Maybe I just don't take the knight. Bring my knight around or something. Takes... Yeah, it's pretty risky. What a move. Rook a4. Wow. Okay, let's just get away from that. I can still play 96 next, most likely. And 95, okay, we just take it. Not a big deal. They just offered me a draw? No, dude, I don't want to draw. I don't like draws. I don't like draws. That tells me they are probably bored and don't know what to do. Well, they're the one who played the exchange system or whatever, not me. The exchange London system. Okay, they bring the rook. I think we can go with our knight plan now. Let's do that. And I don't know, we could come back and attack the pawn if we have to. We could think about jumping in somewhere. We could, no, we can't take actually now because our knight is here. Okay, so maybe now is the good time to come back. Do they have any crazy sacrifices? I don't think so. Okay, so let's do it. We come back here. Hit the pawn. We are threatening to potentially trade here if we want. Maybe we jump in. I don't know. White definitely has a nice looking position, but how are they going to win? Queen a4. So they defend, they attack. Okay. What if I just go rook c7, just defend, right? Is there a tactic? Hold on. Takes. I take with the queen. Takes, bishop a6. Wow. I'm going to reroute the knight here, I think. Unless, of course, they take it. But, well, then we just take back. And I think our position's okay. Could argue this rook is pretty annoying, though. But, I don't know. My rook could be annoying, too. Do we want to get b5 in? Oh, I would love to play b5, except I can't because of the en passant. Oh, yeah, if we could play b5 without them taking it, oh, that would be an amazing move. Absolutely. Fortunately, en passant exists. And then, you know, even if we take back, takes, they're just permanently weak pawn, which I don't think we want. So they can play rook a1, but do you really want to play rook a1? I guess you do. I guess you do. Let's go queen c7. They're going to play f4, of course. g5 would be totally crazy, but also the type of move that I'm definitely considering. Because if they take me, then I take here, and I'm going to get to their king too. If they don't take me, then I could probably push, and that's really nice space to have there. So g6 is obviously the safe. No, dude, I don't want to draw. They're going to keep offering me draws. g6, and then we could put the rook on the h file. Wow, this is a very interesting moment. Do we go with the conservative or do we go with g5? The issue is, let's just say queen d7. Queen d7 is an annoying move. Yes, I have a check, but then what? Another check. I'm gonna just play g6. I think I'm just gonna go with the slow approach right now. I don't think I want to rush this. It'll be interesting if Stockfish says that was the move, though. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Rook b6. What are they trying to do? Yeah, probably queen b4 to tie me down here. I don't want that. Okay, so we can put the rook like this. Rook c4. Where's the queen going to go then? Queen b3. Hmm. I have to believe that getting my queen in like that is worth it, right? The only way they could stop me would be like queen a3. Then we could probably play d4. Okay, let's go. Let's try to do this. We'll see if they're going to let me invade with queen b3 or not. They're not. Okay. So maybe just d4 now. Basically, guys, what I'm saying is their king is weaker than my king because of these open diagonals. Whereas my king can kind of just tuck and hide over here somehow, and it's harder for the white pieces to get at me. Now, there's a little bit of an entry point, so we do have to be careful of that. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like it should be more dangerous for the white king. I don't love this rook, but I think once we open up here, we can quickly swing it over at the right time, or maybe even just plant it there to defend the king. Pretty interesting dynamic with the pawns. I've got this this thing, and he's got this thing. It's kind of funny, right? I mean, if they don't take, I'm going to be taking and crashing through. So they're probably going to take, but then you have to really calculate some stuff here, or I might not even do that. I could just take this. Whoa. So what happens if I, for example, play rook c8 or d3? Rook c8. You can't take because it's pinned, and I'm going to maybe just push it. Of course, there's queen b3, which is interesting. I could defend like this. Although I think it opens me up for a tactic, or does it? But the other thing that I could do is potentially push, check. Oh, that's interesting. I did not think about that move. If we push anyway, what happens? You take me? I take back, then what? Rook goes over or the queen comes in? If I take now, if they take with the pawn, queen goes here. One of the kids is crying. Sorry. That's the thing about having kids that are young. It's like every other day, somebody is like falling off of something or running into something, or it's just kind of like you have to get used to it. Okay, I think they're all right. All right. I'm gonna have to make a move here. I don't know what to do. All right, I'm gonna have to just go for this line so I don't lose on time. I'm not sure this is the best, but I don't have time to like calculate every little thing here. So we'll make the trade. The good news is if the queen comes in, my king's going to be able to eat up this pawn. And this is still pinned, so that's nice. So, and if they take with the pawn, I think I'm just going to go here. Now the queen can come in this way and cause some problems. We maintain the pin. Seems reasonable, right? All right, let's take it. Bring the king over. So king f2, king here, king here, king here, king here. So probably what I need to do is trade. If the rook takes, we come here. We get this pawn. I am up a pawn. I don't know if it's enough to win, but it's at least something. If the pawn takes, then we go here. Yeah, our rook's gonna be probably able to. He's gonna go here, right? Question is, are they gonna trade the rooks or not? I would expect not. They can try to attack on b7, so I have to think through that. Here, takes. I don't think we want to let them come in. So the only way that I see to stop that, to go here and here. Wow, what? So they just want to keep their pawns together? Is that the idea? This guy with all the unexpected moves. Here, here, here. Should be a winning endgame for us because I'm going to have 4 against 3. You guys see that? 4 against 3, 2 against 2 is what's going to happen, which means I'll be able to play f65 and create a pass pawn, which in theory should win the game for me. So I don't have to do anything fancy. All I have to do is come take this pawn and trade the rooks and win the game. In fact, I could just force the issue now. Because if you take, I skewer you, you have to go back there. Then I do the thing, get the pawn, and win. Yeah, let's do it. This is why you have to study your endgames, guys. Okay. F6 should be the move. Make sure we get the pass pawn right away so we don't run into any problems, like if he somehow gets a blockade there. And once we get the pass pawn, the king is going to be stuck. And once the king is stuck, I can gobble up everything and win the game. And white is not able to make a pass pawn because you don't have enough. I could probably just leave it or push. I think I'll just leave it. This looks real nice. Takes, takes. If this ever happens, we take. If this ever happens, we can just take. So all I have to do is run over here. Yeah, and you can't really do anything here because if you ever go too far away, guess what? I just go get a queen. So I could push it now. I just don't know. Do they somehow create a passed pawn with a pawn sacrifice idea? Yeah, I think I'll just leave it. Or maybe I should push this here first. Actually, I don't know if this is the right decision because then they play h4 and get a passed pawn, right? You don't want to let them get a passed pawn. Let's just go here. Let's just go here and wait. Time is on our side because they're going to run out of moves. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. I think now maybe I'll just push. If you go here, I take. If you go here first, I'm going to get these guys. By the time you sack everything in trade, it's not going to work for you. So we'll do this. We'll go here if they allow me. Yeah, it should be easy. This felt like a pretty good player. I mean, is this how 2000s play? Like, man, I'm really curious the accuracy on this game. I'm really curious. The issue for white is if you ever take it, I get a queen, and if you do this, I just take. Yeah, so they finally realized what's happening. Felt like that was a well played game on both sides. Let's see. Okay, so not that great. I mean, that's pretty good, I guess. We're winning at some point. Now, I didn't really know what I was doing, so there's that. Okay, we trade that. They come over there. Interesting. Stockfish said I could have gotten away with knight c6. How is that going to work? Rook b8, queen here. Oh, it just doesn't take the pawn, and it lets them do whatever they want, and now you have lots of activity for your sacrificed pawn. Okay. You broke 1,000 with Chess Vibes Academy. Let's go. Good job. Way to go. That's what I like to hear. So I went for this one instead. A4 was a good move. Stopped my plan. Huh. Stockfish doesn't actually like this maneuver. Interesting. Rook A4 is a pretty good move. Yeah, it was just kind of a boring game, honestly. Okay, this is what I'm really curious about. What would have happened if I played this move? Oh no, there's no way. There's no way they would have played what Stockfish is recommending here. There's no way. You guys don't want to know what Stockfish is recommending here? So go ahead. Somebody guess. Somebody guess the move Stockfish wants us to play here for white. Yeah, it's G4. What? What kind of a move is this? Stockfish is like, you want to open up the G file and attack me? No, I'm going to open up the G file and attack you. What in the world? Queen takes E5. Rook takes F4. Rook C4. This is the line. And then check first. King moves. You take back. And if somehow it's just a draw by perpetual check, I guess, or something. Okay, but if they don't play G4 and they take it, we're actually doing pretty well. So I could have gotten away with that. That being said, G6 was actually a stronger move, according to the engine. Rook C4, Queen A3, D4. Stockfish wants me to get the rook behind it first. So maybe I rushed that. This is a draw? No. What? Hold up. They have to play rook D1 right here because now they get out of the pin. And if I take, they win the game. Oh my. So I can't take. I have to do this and then they get to take the pawn. And now, even though I get this, I don't actually win the extra pawn. I can never break and it's just a draw. Nobody's going to be able to do anything. Ooh, I totally missed that sneaky move rook D1 here. Wow. So king f2 is now losing because now I can blockade and get the pawn and I don't have to lose my pawn here. Ooh, what a move. Rook d1. Yikes. So we got lucky there. b3, yeah, that just doesn't quite do it. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, I guess if you... I think this was their best try, trying to go rook b8. And I was going to play rook c5, which, yeah, Stockfish says this is the only move because you have to be able to stop them from invading. And now, again, it's the same kind of a story. I'm going to get this pawn. They're not in time to defend it. And eventually I'm going to make a pass pawn and I'm going to win the endgame, right? So, wow, interesting game there. Okay, we're going to do one last game, guys. Let's go. If we can get someone to play us, we'll do one last game. Let's try. Okay, we did get an opponent. Tactical Master looks potentially legit. Yep, looks legit. Let's go with d4. Here we go. Good luck to the Tactical Master 3. Okay, knight c3. Bishop g5. All right, here we go. Verasov attack again. I'm starting to really enjoy this opening, you know? I might break this out in one of my tournament games. Maybe. I'll think about it. It's hard not to play e4 though, too, because I really like e4, but I want to get, unpredictable. I don't want to be so predictable. I want people to wonder, like, yeah, Nelson has videos on like every opening. No idea what he might play. That's where I want to get to. What happened to Tactical Master 1 and 2? They both got banned. It's pretty funny. Okay, we had this exact move. And Stockfish confirmed last time we could do it either way. So I like keeping the pieces on the board generally. So I'm going to go back. Now they play Bishop f5. So yeah, we could just actually transpose to the other line after they go knight here. We would actually transpose to the exact same line where they play h6, bishop h4. You guys know what I'm talking about? The nice thing about doing this is if you can transpose to a line that you just know the moves. Regardless of if it's the best move or not in the position, it's nice to know that like at least you're transposing to a line where you know what the best moves are, right? Like maybe there's a better move in this position besides f3, but I like the fact that there's a good chance we could transpose. Now, of course, they might not play this. They could play something else. But then we're going to hit them with e4. e6, e4, takes. This is pinned. We're attacking the bishop. Everything looks great. I'm expecting we're going to see this, and then we're jumping in. c5. Okay. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, why can't I just take it? If you play e6 now, I'm going to play e4 anyway, and this does not look so great for black. Okay, that one surprised me. That one did surprise me. Well, I still wonder what's happening. Oh, okay. So the point is I can't play knight b5 because you check me. That's the point. Okay, but what I can do is e4. And if you take me, I'm going to trade. Well, I don't have to trade, but I could trade. And then I'm going to take here. And we have a really strange position. Unfortunately, I can't castle because the bishop would block. I was thinking if I could trade and castle, but no. Oh, they just take here? Whoa, what? Hold up. So you're going to let me invade with my knight now, huh? Something tells me this move should be like really good. But then they could play knight a6 and then the rook supports. So maybe I actually should trade and castle first. Let's get the ordering right here, guys. Trade and castle first, make sure all the pieces are in, and then we jump in to finish off the king. At this moment in time, the material is equal, but I don't like the look of black's king. Okay, let's think about this. So bishop g3, knight b5, takes, knight d5, bishop b5, bishop d3, knight e2. There's so many ways you can play this. 85 right away. What's the point? If this happens, this is very strange, actually. I mean, bishop d3 and just kind of developing the pieces normally is maybe not so crazy. I'm really tempted to play b4 too, because they're going to want to do this and take my pawn, and I don't want to lose that pawn. It's kind of an annoying pawn, so I'm really tempted to play b4. Then we could push, plant the knight on a5. We have these really solid pawns. So I do like b4 here. This pawn looks weak. I think we can get that at any point in the future, so let's not rush it. b4, if the knight comes out, we just take. If the knight comes here, maybe we just play a3. I'm going to go b4. I think I'm going to go b4. I think this is the thing to do here. Yeah, so he goes for this, but now we just push by. And my point is that... Okay, maybe I should have considered a3 there, actually. But my point is this knight now is running out of good options. If you go here, I think I will just defend. I guess then I have to deal with this. Okay, maybe I didn't think this through all the way. There's also c6, though, which is interesting, too. And I don't know if we can generate an attack on the king with the pawn, the bishop, the rook, and then the knight and the bishop somehow, right? Like, it looks like maybe we can. This is really interesting stuff. Actually, wait a second. Knight d7, knight a4, e6 or e5, c6. c6, great move. Takes, the knight has to leave, and then bam, we have a fork. That's beautiful stuff. The check here doesn't bother me, I just move. That's beautiful, that line. Okay, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, they're trying to put a stop to all of my clever ideas. Okay, I'm going to play a move here that I think is good. I just want to take it. I just want to take it. That's it. I just want to take the pawn. Stream snipe? Is my opponent watching? How do you know that? How do you know my opponent's watching the stream? Well, regardless, I think even if they weren't, they could figure out what I'm trying to do here. Attack the pawn, right? Oh, the last opponent is here. Oh, okay. I gotcha. That makes more sense. I don't know. I like our position. I like it. I think this pawn is in trouble. This pawn is a little bit too far from home. You're loving Chess Vibes Academy? Great. Live calls during the UK time? Yes. Yes. I definitely think we're going to be mixing it up and maybe even doing some bonus ones at different times. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to try to do that because I know like some people can't make the live one. So, yeah, definitely. And you can also just submit your questions with the Google form and I'll read those and answer them. So you can still get your questions answered. But yes, we are going to try to do them live too. Is this opening better than the Jobava? Um, it's different. I don't think you can say it's. I mean, is blue better than green? I mean, it's just different, right? Okay. What did I want to play against this? So of course I'm threatening the fork. They can stop it with the knight move. They might. I don't think e5 is going to work for them. Yeah, no, e5 doesn't work. All right, we just go check, get a rook. So you can't play e5. g5, I mean, what does that do? I'm just going to go back. So they're probably going to try to stop this somehow. They could also sack the rook, but that can't be good. So it seems like the only move might be this. Okay. So I have some interesting ideas. Let's see. Idea number one, we go here. You have to take me. I take back. What's going on in that position? The other idea is push here and sack the pawn with the idea that I can sack the rook. You have two ways to take. If you take with the bishop, I go check. If you want to defend your rook, you have to move over here and I take your bishop. So I actually get two pieces for the rook, which is good. If you don't defend that and you defend this, then I just get the rook. But I have to give up a pawn to do it. And my pieces are pretty bad. The other line, which I think I'm going to play instead, is this. Because these pawns are actually pretty good. I have this check. You can't develop your knight here. You have to go here if you want. It's a very weird position. Very weird position. I actually forgot about the move e5. Oh, man. Forgot they could just play e5. It's a bit of a problem, guys. It's a bit of a problem. So if I go check, what's going to happen? Check. There's just e5, right? How do I get more pieces over there? Just bring the knight in, maybe? Bring the knight here. I thought when I played this, I thought that they couldn't go here. In my mind, I thought, nope, you can't do that because it's a check. And I forgot about e5. And then I also thought in my mind that if you go here, I can go here and fork you. But again, e5 is a problem. Okay, well, we can play rook c7. How do they defend? Rook b8? Rook c8. I go here. Again, e5. Man, I don't think g4 does anything, does it? Does throwing this move in help me somehow? Do I just go here and let him take the pawn for free? Yeah, I really don't know what to do. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't like my position so much anymore, to be completely honest with you. I think I messed up somehow. Not sure where exactly. Oh, we were doing great. Maybe it was right here. Maybe I should have just developed or gone for the sacrifice that I actually had thought about doing. Yeah, of course we want to develop, but you also want to take advantage of weaknesses in your opponent's position while you can. And sometimes if all you do is develop and you never like pay attention to some of the weaknesses, you miss opportunities. And I think we did get into a pretty nice position here by castling and then using this opportunity to try to hold on to these pawns and then pushing them forward. Like I think we were onto something here. It almost feels like right at this moment is where I messed up, but it'll be interesting to check it with the engine. Yeah, interesting. So if we take this, this looks really bad for us. This looks really bad for us. C4, I don't know if that makes sense. If we try to defend, the problem is knight b6. Now we could trade the rooks and then the game goes on. If I just ignore it and try to get the knight to d4, then play c4, and that's decent, I guess. I like getting the knight to d4 while I still can, while they haven't played e5 because of the pin. They're probably definitely going to take this, I would think. I guess you could take here, similar deal. Yeah, the problem with bishop g3, guys, is for one, they just take here, and I still need to deal with my rook, so it doesn't actually solve the problem. And also, as soon as I break the pin, they could play e5 if they want and shut down the bishop that way, so it doesn't really accomplish anything anymore. That's what I was saying. I had forgotten about this e5 move being so good for black. Because initially when I was looking at these lines, I was planning on using the bishop along those diagonals, but e5 just kind of shuts everything down. So that's why I think I should have gone for the c6 line here. I think this was probably the way. c6, takes, sack, jump in with the fork, and either get a rook or get two pieces. Now, the only maybe problem is if my... Would my knight have gotten trapped, actually? My knight have gotten actually trapped. Maybe it wasn't good. Maybe it wasn't good. I'm getting tired. My brain's having a hard time here. He can force you by playing g5, correct. But then black had to spend a move to do that. Right? As opposed to if I voluntarily move the bishop, they didn't have to spend a move on g5 and they could do something else, right? And play e5. So this way we make them spend their move doing that, which, yeah, I mean, I guess doesn't really cost them any time, I guess, when you think about it from that standpoint, but... Like now, I could actually consider knight d4 against g5, right? Maybe just leave it there, jump in, take this with my knight or something. I don't know if that's what I'm going to do, but I could at least think about it. They are thinking a lot in this position. Okay, they do decide to take that. Of course, we're going to take the rook. I just want to make sure I have my next move planned. I think it's going to be knight d4. I guess they could take with a bishop. If they take with a bishop, does that change my move? That's interesting. Yeah, they do take with the bishop. Wow. I don't think it changes my move. I mean, I still have to get the knight out so I can get the bishop out and then bring the rook over. So we'll just go there. So, okay, 3, 6, 7. We are down a pawn, but it's hard to say if black is going to be able to hold on to these or not. Looks like probably not. So I'm not super worried about being down a pawn. I'm more worried about making sure I get these pieces into the game. So bishop needs to come out now. Rook needs to come over. It's going to be interesting to see how well this person plays when they don't spend so long on every move. Wow, that's a move. F6. So they really want to play e5 and get the bishop out this way. Okay, I think I'm going to go bishop d3. I was considering c4, but after e5, we have to move the knight somewhere, and we can't even play c5 because the bishop's there. So I mean, yeah, we could try this, but I think they can always blockade it. It's probably more important. Jump the knight in here, let's just say. And once we get the rook on d1, that's going to be nice for us, or even on e1 and take this pawn is going to be nice. So let's jump in. Of course, they could give up their bishop, but now we have the bishop pair. That's nice. And the rook is coming over. That's nice. Okay. So yeah, this is interesting. I think I'm going to go check and then here. Could also just attack this pawn. Maybe I should just do that, actually. Okay, so they could still defend, but that's an awkward place for a rook to be. This pawn's really annoying, actually, because I have to be careful. I don't know how we take it easily, though. Also, this pawn's annoying, because they're controlling some annoying squares, actually. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do here, guys. If I play bishop e1, there's e2 ideas. I could go here, but still, how do we... Oh, then we could take the pawn this way. Okay, maybe that's fine. Maybe bishop e1, rook d3 is fine. Wow. I don't think we can take. E2 just wins the game for them. I think, anyway. Can I go here? E2. I don't know. We got to try this line, I think. Maybe I could have gotten away. I'm not sure. It looks like e2 is going to happen. The bishop's going to come in. The knight's going to check me. I'm hoping I could survive by putting my rook on d3 and blocking the checkmate. Bishop's guarding this. That's the good news about the bishop. At least it's doing something finally. So we could sack. take the pawn, but that's not going to be good enough. If I hide in the corner and they check me, I do have c3. So what are they going to do? I'm threatening this. Threatening this. They have 20 seconds. I can come back and sneak over here. Ooh. What a move. Wow. Seems to be the only way. Oh, this guy. He just wants to checkmate me. Yeah, we lose. I think we lose. Yeah, I think we just resign here. He's going to play b4, and I can't even defend the pawn. Yeah, taking the knight, we got forked. We couldn't take the knight earlier. We got forked with the... Okay. Strong player. Very strong player. I think we might have just got outplayed, but let's see. Yeah, so not the greatest game for me. Let's see what we could have done differently. Felt like we should have had something. So d4, has this been played before? I'm just curious. No. c5 has only been played one time, so nobody ever plays this move, it looks like. Okay. d4, okay. Stockfish likes bishop c8 here, interesting. Yeah, no, should be good for us, castles. My plan was off. My plan was way off. Let's check the line I was thinking about playing. c6. Takes. Oh, they just take my knight. Didn't even see that when I was calculating it. They're just winning. So that was a bad idea. Yeah, this whole plan was not the right idea. I know it is a plan, but not here, apparently. But if we would have just played some normal moves, like just bring the knight into the game, like we're fine. We have a great position. I just got sidetracked by this idea. And then I guess they just played good moves from there on out. Let's see. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, so okay, the problem in my position here is this pawn is a constant threat. So if I go like somewhere like this, then there's check, and I'm actually like trapped. Check. And if I go in the corner, there's a forced checkmate. Look at that. So that's why I put the rook on d3, so that now I can at least play c3. But this move was amazing. Rook c8. What a great move. If I take, checkmate. And some people said take the knight, but there's a fork, and that's not going to work. But I just have nothing. I played the best move, bishop c6, but I still cannot take here, because when they take back, it's checkmate again. It's amazing. And actually I have no way to stop this because I can't run. My king is trapped. I can't run. I can't stop it. I can't block. Oh, Stockfish said I can take the pawn, but it's it doesn't really help me. It doesn't really help me because there's just too many pawns. I'm still losing. So yeah, I'm just lost. There's nothing to do. Moral of the story, I guess, develop your pieces. When in doubt, just develop your pieces. I got a little too fancy here with the pawn pushes, and it just didn't work out. All right, guys, I gotta go. That's 4 hours and 15 minutes. That's enough for me. I will see you guys next time. And as always, stay sharp, play smart, and take care.